The problem with the external links, each time you have to shut it down. You know, that's the problem. So we shall do it differently. We have to do it like this because we work in two screens, and that will be a little bit confusing for you.
It will be confusing.
Yes, yes, because it's much easier when you download and put it in the presentation, because what you see, people see. And okay, it is like this.
Yes.
Download the video and put it in your presentation, or you can also embed it so that it displays here. Not
Can you make this in my presentation?
or maybe. Let's see what else you got. Let's see. I'm not. Okay, because also each time you have commercial and so on and so on, you get it. It's not for really, yeah, shaving creams, soap, intimacy. Yeah, I don't know. You have to give me time. If you can try to rearrange it. I say it's messy. It's a little bit messy when we see commercials and so on. Okay. If you can, or I will try to if I get the time. But I'm today like
Because I can't make this into the presentation. I don't know
how to okay.
manage. Maybe download.
Let's yeah. That's that's the way. Mazur, okay.
I have no laptop. So we can do this now. Or I can
We shall do our best. Ja nemam drugu mašinu slobodnu za rad kak spada. To mi je problem, da. Ili čak ja mislim da se može, ali da ne znam, pa opet reklame neće, da. Najbolje je skinuti da se ne vide reklame. Jer ovo svaki put i on pokazuje, a osim ako imaš plaćen. To ti je sada on. Da. Pa link ne, onda mičeš link. Ako skineš video, onda samo imbedaš unutra, ugradiš u prezentaciju video i to je to. Sad je to problem, kažem, moraš po prezentaciji. Biće možda drugačije, biće možda još jedan slajd. Umjesto linka će biti. We shall see. We will do it in just two, not more. Okay. Yes, please. What? Okay. That's session 12. Just a second. Let me see. Okay. First, my wish up. Second, I was. Probat ću i ja, ali reviewed. Okay. See. We said 11. Oh, sorry. 17. Well, yes. Gasolino, I have to put your name, so we know who is it, and your land order. And now we shall try it out without USB, okay? We'll see if everything works. Let's try it out. Perfect. Nemaš poveznicu kad ti dam. Everything works. Pa dobro, ali onda ti kad ti linkaš opet će se vidjeti neka ikonica malo veća, neće biti. A dobro, da, može na više načina, ok. Ne, sve ti se u PowerPointu prokreće. Sve ti se u PowerPointu pokreće. Ajde napravit ću ja, vidim ja. Ajde.
Nova kolekcija Axe Fine Fragrance. Mirisat ćeš kao da si stavio parfem.
Zašto koristiti Vinted? Kad imate previše stvari i trebate pomoć. Prodaja na Vintedu donosi dodatnu zaradu, a netko drugi nosit će vašu odjeću kao novu.
To do Pani, nie da się okuć przemocą kajdany. Wolnością żyje, do wolności wzdycha, bez niej jak kwiatek, bez rosy usycha. Siedzi w klateczce więziona ptaszyna, że była wolną, sobie przypomina. Choć jej ptasznik daje dość żywności.
Izađimo na izbore.
zna to topany, nie da się okuć przemocą w kajdany, wolnością żyć.
Đusi brine da samo najbolje voće završi u tvojoj čaši.
U borbi je važno izdržati sve udarce, a još je važnije tko na kraju ostaje na nogama. To najbolje zna naša Barbara Mar.
Polak nie sługa, nie zna to topany,
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. It's so great to see you again after a dinner. Our next session is the session number 9 of this fantastic conference. Thank you once again, dear Vera. Our first speaker is Professor Valentina Santudediu from National University of Music in Bucharest and the New Europe College Institute for Advanced Study. Valentina is going to present us the paper with the title The Bucharest Philharmonic Between Westernization and Nationalism, 1868-1945. So Valentina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicolae. I also would like to thank our colleagues here in Zagreb for the wonderful welcoming and everything they did for this meeting. I selected a piece from a book I coordinated not long ago. You will see in the next slide. This is the book on the left side. Well, I will start with no other introduction. The history of the Bucharest Philharmonic Orchestra shows how a musical institution has been linked to Romanian society since 1865, the year in which the cultural association Romanian Athenaeum was founded. While the symbolic beginnings of the institution lie here, its further history is inextricably linked to the building of the same name, the Romanian Athenaeum, which was inaugurated in 1888. To this day, you have the Athenaeum there. It is an important landmark in Bucharest, and with a few brief interruptions, has been the seat of the Philharmonic, with which it is often confusingly identified. Its history is far better documented than that of the institution it houses. There are books and studies on the architecture of the building, the famous fresco in the Great Hall of the Athenaeum, painted by Costin Petrescu and inaugurated in 1938, the construction of the concert organ installed in 1939, restorations and repairs, and last but not least, on other cultural events programmed here in the Athenaeum. Romanian musicological literature also offers good documentation of the older history of the Philharmonic in Bucharest, which is sometimes intertwined with that of the Athenaeum to the point of confusion. However, unlike the history of the famous building that housed it, the history of the Philharmonic also includes the history of the artists who shaped it, who shaped its strategies or actively contributed to its distinctive voice in cultural Bucharest as orchestra musicians, choir singers, soloists, conductors, managers. Strangely enough, there is no longer an archive of the Philharmonic, only one of the Athenaeum. So sources for the post-war period, stories about the institution had already been written before 1945, must be sought elsewhere. So I will just talk about this period of time that I am proposing today. And I tried to organize the periods and give them some labels for structure. So the first period is called the Wachmann era, which corresponds to the accelerated modernization of Romania, starting with the newly founded Union of the Principalities, Wallachia and Moldova, following the establishment of regular contacts with Western Europe after 1860. Carol I of the Hohenzollern dynasty, prince from 1866 to 81 and king of Romania from 81 to 1914, was at the forefront of Westernization. The Romanian elites adopted the modern idea of the nation, and artists, especially writers, discussed the adoption, the imitation of Western models at length and heatedly. Musical institutions harmonized naturally with the beginnings of professional music composition, performance, and criticism in the 19th century. Nicolae told you something about this yesterday. They all point to efforts to establish a national language based on forms of European classicism and romanticism. The composers to whom we owe the first creative impulses for alignment with Western models came from families of foreign artists who had settled in the Romanian principalities at the turn of the century. One of them was Johann Andreas Bachmann, who died in 1863, author of the first Romanian vaudeville, The Triumph of Love, staged in Bucharest in 1835. Sometime later, his son, Eduard Bachmann, 1836, he died in 1908, who has been educated in Vienna and Paris, worked tirelessly to establish the first classical orchestra for the cultural life of Bucharest. Bachmann initially approached teachers and students at the Bucharest Conservatory, worked thoroughly and consistently, and staged the first major symphony concert at the National Theatre in April 1866. 2 years later, the Romanian Philharmonic Society was founded, and Bachmann managed with great difficulty to maintain a rhythm of 4 to 7 symphony concerts per year, until the eve of the War of Independence, that was in 1877. After an unavoidable break, the concerts conducted by Bachmann resumed in 1883. From 1889 onwards, they took place in the new hall of the Romanian Athenaeum, reaching the number of 100 in 1894 and 150 in 1903. Bachmann tirelessly cultivated the audience's taste for classical music. He offered entertainment, but also serious compositions. He had flair, ideas, and the extraordinary merit of a founder with vision. His era could therefore be described as the founding period. The next two conductors to take over the helm of the Philharmonic were essentially cellists and oriented the concert program towards both contemporary European music and a better understanding of Romanian music. The first of these, Dimitrie Dinicu, who lived between 1868 and 1936, had studied in Vienna, like Bachmann, and after returning to Bucharest, founded the first professional string quartet called Carmen Silva, that was the name of the Queen of Romania, and became a professor at the conservatory. You can see actually the photo there with Queen Elizabeth, called Carmen Silva, with Enescu and Dinicu. Yes. He took over the leadership of an organization based on the structure of the Romanian Philharmonic Society, which was now renamed the Orchestra of the Ministry of Public Education, in line with its patron, and of course with its new founding. Dinicu's era was one of consolidation, maturation, and good educational strategies, which shaped a symphony orchestra that attracted an ever-growing audience. Dinicu's agenda included collaboration with impresarios and publishers, the organization of historical concert series on George Enescu's initiative, an absolute novelty at the time, and invitations to many prominent European artists who began to put Bucharest on the international art map, as well as Romanian composers and conductors, whom he gave the opportunity to make their debut at the Ateneu. Dinicu also knew how to maintain communication with an audience that was still to be formed, which is why he did not neglect accessible educational programs, the so-called medallions of composers or symphonic cycles. If I really had to label his era, I would opt for well-tempered innovation. The musical skills of the Philharmonic's first two conductors can only be guessed at from the chronicles of the time, as there are, of course, no recordings from that period. Eduard Bachmann undoubtedly deserves credit for establishing the profession of conductor in Romania, and his professional conducting abilities seemed to be undisputed. Dinicu does not enjoy unanimous recognition. He is said to have excelled more in chamber music. The man who was to have a decisive influence on the Bucharest music scene, first through his stature as a conductor, then through his leadership of the Philharmonic and the opera in Bucharest, was George Georgescu, who lived between 1887 and 1964. His influence on the institution was particularly significant during his tenure in the interwar period, as the Georgescu era was accompanied by a significant modernization of Romanian culture, clearly oriented toward European models. Professionalization and internationalization characterized this period, during which the orchestra of the Ministry of Public Education regained its old name, the Bucharest Philharmonic Society, to mark the institutional restructuring of 1920. This year is not only of symbolic importance in the history of Romanian music, as it is considered by many to be the beginning of the modern era, in line with the events of that time in the newly founded Greater Romania. It was after the union with Transylvania. It is no coincidence that the Romanian Composers Union Society, actually, was founded at this time, with George Enescu as president and Constantin Brăiloiu as secretary, whose task was to promote Romanian composition and disseminate it in concert, with the Philharmonic naturally playing a leading role. Much has been written about all this in Romania, as well as about George Georgescu's profile as a conductor and director, and with good reason. On the one hand, the documentation is rich and there is a valuable source of sound recordings. On the other hand, Georgescu is the first Romanian conductor with a significant international career, and his artistic reputation has an impact on the institutions he directs. As a student of Arthur Nikisch, Georgescu knew and admired Richard Strauss, whom he promoted in Bucharest. He conducted in many major cities of the world, for example, in 26-27 as a replacement for Toscanini in New York, and he used his artistic contacts to bring the most important musicians of his time to the country. He worked extremely hard, demanded a lot from his orchestra and his colleagues, and had to contend with adversity and financial, political difficulties. The Georgescu era is remembered today with the admiration and nostalgia generally associated with the Romanian interwar period, which is sometimes idealized. However, it was certainly during this period that the essential aspects of the Europeanization of institutions were consolidated, only to be quickly and harshly destroyed by the drastic regime change after the Second World War. The first symphony concert, which Eduard Wachmann organized with great tenacity at the National Theatre in 1866, symbolically marked the beginning of what would later become the Bucharest Philharmonic Orchestra. It is no coincidence that Romanian history refers to 1866, when the parliamentary system was introduced and the constitution was adopted, as a significant year for the political development of modern Romania, because at that time the institutional framework and the intellectual climate characteristic of that period had largely been established. It was the point at which the creation of institutions based on Western models, which had been demanded with increasing frequency and urgency by the country's intellectual and political elite, gained momentum. But Westernization comes at a price, and nationalists are tirelessly vigilant, causing numerous conflicts during the consolidation of the Philharmonic. For example, Wachmann attempted to establish an orchestra with the help of the performance classes of the Bucharest Conservatory. He was also director of this institution, which reinforced his appointment as a builder. Professional music education was still in its infancy. The level of musical training was not necessarily satisfactory, and some departments were poorly equipped, for example, wind instruments. Wachmann then called for the co-opting of foreign instrumentalists, which was heavily criticized in the press. He would not be forgiven for not being a native Romanian due to his Bohemian origins, and he did not receive Romanian citizenship until 1876. He was accused of Germanophilia for his enthusiastic efforts as a leading member of the Wagner Society, which existed in Bucharest until 1898, to bring the music of Richard Wagner to Romania. While his concert programs undoubtedly played a significant role in shaping the musical taste of an audience that was still unfamiliar with the Western classical and romantic traditions, many reproached him for not including any Romanian music apart from George Enescu, thereby being backward. The spirit of self-criticism was not yet in vogue, so no one thought to point out that the Romanian scores of the time were still exploring the European genre and languages, and that they still had a long way to go before reaching a level appropriate for the country's first philharmonic orchestra. Anyway, it is known that Wachmann produced the first edition of the first opus of Enescu and gave the baton to Enescu on the stage of the Athenaeum, so that the very young composer conducts his own composition. Georgescu, who took over the leadership of the Philharmonic after Dinicu's term in 1921, was also vehemently accused of Germanophilia. Georgescu was equally aware that local forces were still too weak to form a European orchestra, and therefore supplemented the ranks of the symphony with musicians from abroad. Left-wing journalists immediately attacked him, speaking of a Germanization of the Romanian soul in the Philharmonic. And I quote here from a journalist, "A phalanx of espionage and Berlin propaganda under the guise of high music." That was written in 22. Other musicians were dissatisfied, at least at the beginning of the 1920s, with the low presence of Romanian scores in the programs, but after 25, this situation seemed to improve gradually. Modern European music is also not highly regarded, although it is unclear whether the limited repertoire, Beethoven dominates all statistics by a wide margin, is due to the tastes of a conservative audience that is not very receptive to new things, or whether the initiative to educate the audience in this way should have been taken more seriously by the Philharmonic's management. In any case, despite all the financial problems and criticism surrounding him, Georgescu gradually succeeded in turning the Bucharest Philharmonic into an orchestra worthy of visits by the greatest personalities in the music world of that time, Erich Kleiber, Stravinsky. Rubinstein, Schering, Thibaut, Cortot, Arau, Weingartner, Ansermet, Wilhelm Kempf, Gieseking, and many others. Also, famous conductors in Romania and composers from Romania were on the stage of the Philharmonic. Every performance by Enescu as conductor, violinist, or composer is greeted with great enthusiasm. There are many other stories to tell about Georgescu, also that he was the first to lead the orchestra in an international tour. And this is also, you can see on the left, it's something about, the first tour in Greece and Turkey. On the right, there is something about Georgescu and the Romanian music, a quote from a musicologist who studied this period of the Philharmonic. Anyway, because time is running up, just to finish and an unfinished story. From 1940 to 44, 3 dictatorial governments promoted the massive presence of Romanian music on the Athenaeum stage. Not long after, another nationalist regime, that of Nicolae Ceausescu, made it compulsory for every concert program to include a Romanian work. Of course, this compulsion could not convince the audience or even the performers to diversify their preferences towards local sounds, and was much criticized in the post-socialist period. Such instruments will not always serve national music. On the other hand, it is equally true that every concert institution must promote national music production intelligently and selectively, if possible. The path and orientation of composers have always been influenced by those who commissioned and programmed their music, as well as by the response of the contemporary audience. I might know because I'm married to a composer. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. Any question or comment? There is one there.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. And I wanted to ask if you can come back to the slide where you were talking about the Germanophily and the Westernization.
This?
No, the previous one. Yeah, this one. I can't see very well from here, but it's written 13 years old in the program. Is it right? So there is something significant here. Maybe if Enescu was 17 years old.
Yes, this is a concert before the one I actually was talking about, because I couldn't find that document. And this is a concert when Enescu was indeed only 13. And he wasn't actually playing with the orchestra, but with a pianist. So it was a recital.
Okay.
So the first symphonic concert came some years after.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. I think we are moving on because we are in a hurry. I'm inviting now Nada Bezic from Zagreb. Professor Nada Bezic is going to present us members of the Croatian Music Institute in Zagreb between 1827 and 1920. Professor Bezic, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good day, everybody. It is honor for me to speak here today as a representative of an institution that is quite literary at the foundation of this conference, not only through its repeated mention in the papers during last days, but also visibly as our logo appears on the conference poster. What you see here is an architectonic drawing of the Croatian Music Institute building, Hrvatski glazbeni zavod. I will use the Croatian abbreviation all the time, HGZ. The building, until recently, looked like this because it has been undergoing a major renovation since 2021. We hope to reopen to the public by the end of the next year, just in time to celebrate the 200th anniversary of HGZ in 2027. Many of you, especially colleagues from Croatia, are well aware of HGZ history and significance, but it is still necessary to recall a few basic facts. Founded in 1827, the Musikverein, today HGZ, has operated continuously ever since, an exceptional case among civic societies in Croatia and beyond. I will focus on the period until 1920, a turning point when the HGZ Conservatory became a state institution, following the pattern seen in other music societies in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy after World War I. I will present HGZ activities chronologically. In the beginning was the library. As early as 1826, sheet music was being purchased for the amateur orchestra, whose first concert marked the beginning of HGZ activity. The orchestra experienced interruptions, but since 1954, it has been active without pause, and today it is one of the few amateur string orchestras in Croatia. From its very foundation, HGZ mission included the organization of public concerts. 2 years after its founding, it opened a music school, which would evolve into the present-day Academy of Music of the University of Zagreb. The school also prompted a key change in the Musikverein's name in 1861 under the condition that government approved permanent financial support for the school, under the condition that the society change its name to Institute in Croatian, ZAVR. Publishing activities began around 1862. Over time, it expanded to include books, periodicals, and sound recordings. After many years of renting premises, HGZ constructed its own building with concert hall in 1876, the first one in Zagreb, later expanded in 1895. The oldest civic society in Zagreb was founded 40 years before HGZ, the Civic Shooting Society. By the end of the 19th century, there were 78 societies. Among music societies, alongside HGZ, the most important was the Croatian Singing Society, Kolo, founded in 1862. Many citizens were members of multiple cultural and sports societies, reflecting the broad social networking of the time. My research focuses on the membership structure of HGZ, a topic that has until now remained almost completely unexplored. And I would like to thank Vera Katalinic for suggesting this topic to me. The first membership list from January 1827 includes just 16 names, while the list from 1919 shows 839 members, the highest number in HGZ history. Today, HGZ has 237 members. Based on current research, the total number of individuals is estimated between 13 and 1,500, what is a substantial and potentially rich data set for some future doctoral level research. So I hope someone will take on this great task. Primary sources are housed in HGZ extensive archive, one of the most important music archives in Croatia. These include formal membership lists, individual applications, membership payment records, membership books, and on the slide is a list from 1828. Lists of the members were published in some annual reports. You can find them in our repository. Here is the link. and list of the members of the directorship in Ladislav Šaban's book, 150 Years of HGZ, published in 1982, which remains a cornerstone for any research of the Institute. The aim of this research is to produce the comprehensive list of members with the following goals: the total number of members from 1827 to 1920, that is almost 100 years. Gender analysis, for example, in 1891, 14 of members were women. In 1990, it increased to 17%. Of course, classification by profession, the share of the aristocracy and clergy in membership, and there are also, of course, challenges. The archival material is incomplete for some years. It was lost long time ago, and much of it is handwritten in Gothic script, what requires funding for transliteration. The three statutes between 1827 and 1920 shaped HGZ's internal structure. As Ladislav Šaban noted, the first was remarkably democratic, welcoming members regardless of nationality or religion. Women could join but had no voting rights. This was changed in 1852 statute. The statute from 1827 also promised memorial services for the deceased members at the Musikverein's expense. The third statute introduced, among other benefits, the right to borrow from the society's library, indicating its growing importance. HGZ membership types followed common patterns among civil society of that time. We had that on the conference also. So active performing members, they don't pay membership fee, supporting members paying fee, honorary members and founding members, they were providing significant financial contributions. Honorary members are especially interesting. The first statute automatically granted honorary status to those who left Zagreb due to professional obligations. While many historians mention some highly notable figures among honorary members, no comprehensive list exists, which is unbelievable for me, but it's the biggest star among them was Franz Liszt. He was named honorary member after his 1846 concert in Zagreb. Although this fact was long known, the original certificate, which was given to Liszt, was located only recently in Weimar by Stanko Tuksar and published in his article in 2018. I have drafted a model of membership register, which includes name, membership period, type, role held, if any, profession, place of residence, source of information, membership in other civic societies, and references and in literature. One example of an interesting entry is that of physician Ivan Kosirnik, who in 1919 belonged to HGZ membership as well as 4 other major associations, underscoring the multi-layered networking of Zagreb civic society. I compared 1892 membership list of HGZ and Kolo. Among founding members, 8 were in both societies, including Bishop Strossmayer, great patron of the arts. Among honorary members, 4 were shared: music pedagogues, composer Ivan Zajec and Franjo Kuhać, composer Franjo Vilhar, and Franz von Suppé, famous composer born in Split. Surprisingly, 10 individuals actively performed in both music societies. Mostly they were women. Networking extended beyond Zagreb. Here is a very good example. HGZ co-founder Georg Karl Wiesner von Morgenstern, composer, conductor, and music pedagogue, was an honorary member of music societies in Bratislava, Ljubljana, and Sopron. As shown in my article from 2004, he wrote the first HGZ statute largely based on that of the Ljubljana Philharmonic Society, Philharmonische Gesellschaft, reflecting practical and cultural ties between Zagreb and Ljubljana. As for further research on this topic, I have a plan to obtain the data on all those members who are irrelevant to general or cultural history and who are not reported in sources and literature. I propose a citizen science model. It is the participation of the general public in scientific research which enables non-professional researchers to provide support to professionals in order to jointly reach new conclusions, solutions, and insights. Citizen science has been particularly relevant in the last 10 years, especially in the field of library activities, because of their important role in the community. In Croatia, the central institution for this is the National and University Library. In this project, the base will be the library of the HGZ, meaning me, the only employee. The main idea is to educate citizen scientists, it is official term, on how to collect data, and everything is on volunteer basis. So if we were to give them the names of 830 people who were members in HGZ 100 years ago and the task of finding information about them, they could try to find relatives to see if those names are in the lists of all other civil societies, high schools, religious communities, or other sources. We could get not only a better picture of the HGZ membership, but also of cultural Zagreb. This initiative is still in its early planning stages, but I hope it will be fully completed by HGZ Jabali in 2027. To conclude, I must share a personal discovery. While reviewing the 1919 membership list, I found my own great-grandmother, Marta Šipuš. A member of a prominent Šipuš family from Sisak, a town south to Zagreb, who later lived in Zagreb, she was a member of HGZ, something I had not known despite working in HGZ for 37 years. I don't know if my mother knew this. In any case, she never told me. What leads me to the conclusion that for upper middle class families in early 20th century Zagreb, such memberships were evidently part of social norms and nothing special to tell your granddaughter about it. Even more fascinating is networking with this very conference. Marta's mother, Berta Leitner, was born in Varaždin and was one of the Leitner sisters who studied piano in Dresden with Friedrich Wieck, as mentioned by Tamara Jurkic-Sviben earlier in this conference. In that sense, I find myself contributing as a citizen scientist to my colleague research by offering pictures of ball programs from Varaždin preserved in my family, kept in my home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, please. There is a
Could you say a bit more about your family memorabilia that you showed us on the previous slide?
Well, it's this family from Varaždin. They were Jews. Albert Leitner had 4 daughters, and all of them he has sent to Dresden to the best piano teacher. It's unbelievable. And they became friends. So Dragica, the most famous one of them, even performed as pianist in Zagreb. She was married to a famous literature person. And Berta married then from Varaždin in Vienna. And then her daughter, Marta, came from Vienna to Sisak to marry a factory owner. And so she was my great grandmother. And my mother was the person who gave archival material to HGZ when I was a little girl. So it's like destiny in the family.
Great. No more questions? Vera.
Society might help because there's a few generations of musicologists, and they certainly know some persons from the list. So we can make, let's say, a workshop together. You distribute the lists and people will do their own research.
All volunteers, I hope.
All volunteers.
Okay, because my idea, it's my personal idea, and I'm very stubborn in it, and we'll do it, because we have help from National Library colleagues working there, and we have to be noticed in the general public, and it's great to be noticed when there's rumor, oh, somebody's collecting memory. It's all about collective memory. Of course, we will have help from a sociologist. We will reach the old members, the audience, old Zagreb audience. We will ask if they have photos, if they can share memories, if they have tickets, whatever.
You should make a list and distribute it. Then you can say them, but they need something.
They need
on black
structure.
and white.
Yes. Thanks for your help in advance.
Great. Thank you, Professor Vezic. Congratulations. Our next speaker is Sonia Troster de la Vienna and Bech. Sonia is going to present us the topic violin. Sorry, I need another hand. A violin master's perspective on musical life in 19th century Vienna. Please.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much to the organizers of this conference. It's really great to be here. So I just have to add. Okay. So at the beginning of the 19th century, the focus of violin making in Europe shifted in response to the needs of the developing concert culture. A violin model designed by Antonio Stradivari in Cremona around 1710 became popular, and a number of technical innovations in both violin and bow making were introduced that are still in use today. My paper focuses on the subsequent period, during which technological developments were consolidated and the importance of the instrument trade increased significantly. Buying, selling, and collecting high-quality Italian string instruments became essential on one side, while on the other side of the spectrum, the market was flooded with affordable instruments produced in division of labor in Western Bohemia and the Vogtland region. These different types of instruments formed the material basis for the establishment of various musical institutions, thereby fostering new relationships between instrument makers and musicians. The professionalization of instrumental music has its roots in the early 16th century, when instrumental ensembles became increasingly important at courts throughout Europe. As well as employing singers for the court chapel, courts also hired ensembles of instrumentalists. And it was taken for granted that the court would provide its employees with the necessary tools for the job, in this case, musical instruments. So up to the 19th century, this practice of providing instruments for musicians remained common not only at courts, but also churches usually kept a set of instruments on the choir loft. Even in the bourgeois salon culture, it was quite common that, for example, string instruments were provided for a string quartet, often precious instruments from exquisite collections. It was only with the changes in urban musical life in the 19th century, when a concert organizer no longer had a rich collection of instruments at hand, that this system was faced with new challenges. As a rule, there are no sources to document this transition. But fortunately, some information has survived on how the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde in Vienna made it possible to supply professional orchestras with string instruments from 1870 onwards. As we have already heard at this conference, an association called the Gesellschaft was founded in Vienna in the early 19th century by musical amateurs who were dilettantes in the best sense of the word. The association aimed to promote music in all of its branches. A proposal for the organization of the society dating from 1812 listed 3 areas of musical activity: an institution for singing, one for instrumental music, and the organization of larger, one could also say public, as well as smaller semi-private concerts. The performers in these concerts were active members of the association. Concerning the musical instruments to be used on these occasions, it was specified in paragraph 24 that members were to bring their own instruments and the necessary strings to all rehearsals and performances. Obviously, it was deemed necessary to include this detail, even though the musicians were not professional, for whom the practice of playing on instruments provided was a matter of course, but amateurs, for whom it must have been more common to take their own instruments along. Following the crisis of the Gesellschaft shortly before 1850, as we have already heard about at this conference, and a change in audience expectations after the inaugural concert of the Vienna Philharmonic in 1842, the artistic director, Johann Herberg, organized the public concerts of the Gesellschaft no longer with amateurs, but with a professional orchestra, known as the Gesellschaft Orchestra, which drew on a pool of professional instrumentalists. We don't have information on which instruments the musicians played in the early years of those concerts. However, we can make a guess based on what happened shortly after the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde moved to a new address. The building of the Musikverein was opened in 1870. It housed the conservatory, the archive, and its large concert hall, the Goldene Saal, became the venue for the Gesellschaftskonzerte as well as the Vienna Philharmonic's concerts. What is less known is that a violin maker also moved into the new building in 1870, Gabriel Lemberg. And from that year on, string instruments for the Gesellschaftskonzerte, the concerts of the Orchesterverein, which is the amateur orchestra of the Gesellschaft, and instruments for the concerts of the Vienna Philharmonic were rented from the violin maker Gabriel Lemberg. This was also noticed and mentioned by music critic Theodor Helm, who reported on the first Gesellschaftskonzert in the Goldene Saal. He writes, as far as the performances of this concert are concerned, the choirs and the orchestra, the latter provided with new and excellent string instruments by Lemberg, were at their best. From then on, Lemberg's instruments were also announced on the concert posters, where it usually says string instruments, Lemberg. But who is Gabriel Lemberg? Lemberg was born in 1814 in Ofen, now Budapest, Hungary. He was trained there as a violin maker in the workshop of Johann Baptist Schweitzer. In 1840, he came to Vienna and opened his own workshop a year later. He acquired the title KK Hofinstrumentenmacher, and in 1870, Lemberg moved his workshop to the Musikverein, where he stayed until his death in 1892. Now here on the left side, you see a picture of the kind of the backside of the Musikvereinsgebäude, and where's the little red arrow, that's the place where his workshop was. And actually, this workshop is still active today, as you can see on the right side. and 10 of Lemberg's account books have been preserved there. They document, for example, his work for the Conservatory of the Gesellschaft. Lemberg lists every single string that he has put on an instrument, bow repairs, and so on. The entries are signed by the so-called Schuldiener, and at the end of each month, the director of the conservatory, the violinist Josef Helmesberger, signed the invoiced amount. As mentioned above, Lemberg was also responsible for renting out string instruments for orchestral production. This is documented in his Einnahme-Notiz. At the top of the left-hand page, it says that Lemberg moved into the Musikverein on the 2nd of May. One of Lemberg's first tasks was a general overhaul of various string instruments owned by the Gesellschaft. Below this list are the entries for orchestral instrument rental. First on the list is the Orchesterverein, the amateur orchestra, which is charged a lump sum for the whole month. The second entry refers to a concert given by the pianist Theodor Leschetizky on the 6th of November. The instruments rented for the small orchestra were 12 violins, 4 violas, 3 cellos, and 3 double basses, and Lemberg invoiced 10 gulden. For the first philharmonic concert of the season, Lemberg does not give details of the instruments, but this entry contains another point of interest. Before the concert, there were 3 rehearsals. From other sources, it is known that the main works on the program were Ludwig van Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 4 with Julius Epstein and Robert Schumann's French Symphony. The first Gesellschaft-Konzert took place a week later and was remarkable in some respects. Lemberg notes that he lent out 12 double basses and together with the further strings charged 30 gulden, 3 times as much as for the first entry. The number of double basses indicates that it must have been a large orchestra. It was a performance of Georg Friedrich Händel's oratorio Israel in Egypt, and due to the large number of performances, the reviewer Theodor Helm calls it a Massenkonzert, mass concert. The perspective of a violin maker on concert live also allows to trace the various virtuosos visiting Vienna. For example, the star soprano Adelina Patti, who was praised for the beauty of her voice, her clear intonation, and her acting skills. She was the best paid singer of the late 19th century and led an extravagant lifestyle, touring in her own lounge car with 50 suitcases and her various pets. The music critic Richard Robert notes that besides the high prices, the hall was packed to the very last corner. Only a small orchestra accompanied her performance at the Musikverein, and Lemberg charged 20 gulden for the instrument. Another virtuoso who enjoyed great success in Vienna in 1886 was the violinist Pablo di Sarasate. Lemberg notes for the 2nd of January, Sarasate, violin virtuoso, first concert, and records the second concert less than a week later. On both occasions, he charged 20 gulden for the string instruments, which by then seemed to be a standard price for a small orchestra. Lemberg's books seem to reflect a reputable trader's personality, rarely revealing insights into his private emotional life. One of the rare cases, exceptional cases, can be found on the top of the left page. On the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the Vienna Philharmonic concerts, Lemberg records what was performed, Beethoven's 9th Symphony, and he seems to rejoice, großartig, so magnificent, and even underlines that. Lemberg's workshop was also open to private customers, and he meticulously recorded their transactions too. Examining these records reveals some familiar names, including the music patrons Nikolaus Dumba and Karl Wittgenstein, the father of the pianist Paul and the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. Among further factory owners who were also friends of string music is Friedrich Albert Sarg, owner of a Mini-Kerzenfabrik, a factory for stearine candles in Liesing, Vienna, who bought a violin and a viola by the Italian maker Carlo Annibale Tononi. Violinists such as Karl Plesch and Marie Soldat also frequented the workshop. Soldat was the first woman to perform Brahms' violin concerto in public at the Musikverein in 1885. Just a few days before the concert, she had 3 bows rehearsed by Lemberg. Furthermore, Lemberg's customers included numerous military personnel, given the military's strong presence in the monarchy, as well as teachers from different types of schools. But the books also reveal the names of amateur musicians who are otherwise seldom mentioned in sources. For instance, Lemberg's notebook for 1883 refers to August Krönig, a paper hanger residing in Grüngasse, who had a cello and bow repaired by Lemberg. Then there's also Karl Hiller, a Zimmerputzer, someone cleaning rooms, from the Piaristengasse, who bought a Zither. However, Lemberg's customers were not only to be found in Vienna, but throughout the Habsburg Hungarian monarchy, including, for example, Benno Moses from Karlovac, Croatia, and Gesa Gaida, the owner of a coffee house in Neuhäusel, which is Nowe Zamski in Slovakia today. Lemberg's instruments also traveled further afield, reaching as far as New Zealand. One of his books records that Carl Westphal from Oakland bought a violin complete with 6 reserve bridges, among other accessories. The sale was handled by E.H. Pollack, founder of a Viennese shoe factory, and actually that's the predecessor of today's shoe store, Humanik. Westphal was also a shoemaker and a Freemason. On the occasion of an important meeting of his lodge in 1900, the New Zealand Herald reported, the musical part of the ceremony was conducted in a very efficient manner by brother Carl Westphal. So what can we learn about the musical life of 19th century Vienna from the perspective of a violin maker? As heard in the musical instrument session on the first day of the conference, instrument making provides the material basis for the middle class's musical ambitions in the 19th century. This entailed providing instruments and accessories for all students at the newly founded educational institutions, as well as for concerts in private and public spaces, and for both amateur and professional musicians. Lemberg's books also document the practical side of dealing with new situations that arose, such as procuring and maintaining instruments for a conservatory and adapting to changing needs, such as providing string instruments for professional orchestral musicians. Furthermore, the books depict musical life in Vienna beyond the social and musical elite. Not all of the featured musicians are familiar names from concert programs, newspaper reports, or musical salons. Also, people from lower social classes bought instruments and had them repaired at Lemberg's workshop. And finally, the books shed light not only on the musical life in Vienna, but also at other parts within or beyond the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm asking for addressing questions. Harry?
Thank you. It's a wonderfully interesting paper. And I just had one question about something I think you said, but I'm not sure if you said it, which was that Lemberg was renting stringed instruments to the Vienna Phil. That's remarkable. So I wonder how that worked actually. Did they had their own instruments and then they just, when they came to performance, they rented from the orchestra or from Lemberg?
Yeah, well, I guess so. That's the point where I think that there was this transition from, so that they were of course, the Vienna Philharmonic, they were members of the State Opera Orchestra, or nowadays State Opera, then Hof Opera Orchestra, and they had instruments there. So the Hof Opera, they owned a set of instruments, and still does actually own a set of instruments. And it is still today that musicians can have their instrument there, well, not their own, but rent the instrument there, kind of, or take the instrument they there and just play on that one. And but when a new institution like the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, when they organized concerts, then there was no set of instruments that they could get their hands on, and so they rented those instruments from Lemberg. Yes, yeah, and that's what was documented in the very first book. That sorry, that was the second one that I showed. There were all those different orchestras, and they were all renting instruments from Lemberg. And it was only in the 1960s that the Vienna Philharmonic, that they bought instruments for the orchestra. And now they have kind of a stock of instruments, and if somebody wants to play an instrument for concerts and rehearsals, owned by the Vienna Philharmonic, so they just have to kind of apply for it, and then there's an instrument there waiting for them, so they can just walk in without any instrument and then just grab the violin or whatever it is and just play.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just
one question.
Just one more remark to that point. You should consider also that it's not about the membership of the orchestra, not the size of the orchestra always refers to the number of instruments, because considering that time the basic setup was a gut string setup, and they were very sensitive for the air and for so the breakage of the E strings are very frequent. And I think until now is the habit still there that each of four players from the orchestra, each of four players had to have a spare instrument behind. There was a kind of spare instrument for all of the players in the case of breakage. So that therefore also kind of renting was reasonable for the whole orchestra, because there were a setup behind of the stage in cases like that.
Yeah, but there's only one actually. One for the first violin, one for the second violin. Only one instrument, that's enough actually.
Yeah, earlier it was more because of there were just gut strings. Nowadays it's still the habit is there, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, but on those, the instruments that they were renting there, they were really actually playing on them. So yeah, that's really, because you can also you can kind of see the size of the orchestras. That's what is fascinating me as well. Not in all of the entries, but in some, well, as I showed, you have a small orchestra, or you have a really big orchestra, like having 12 double basses, which is really not normal.
Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, I had more or less the same question. Why violinists don't take their own instrument to the orchestra because they're used to that. But I came. But now,
sorry, just a very short answer to
yeah.
Sometimes they actually don't own an own orchestra.
Yeah.
I still know musicians from the Vienna Philharmonics.
Yeah.
They retired in the 80s, and they put their instrument there and they never played again when they retired.
My other remark was that I came about this lending in string instruments when I studied the premiere of in 1824 of the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven. At this concert, you can read in the conversation books that Beethoven says, we get some instruments from this and this violin maker. And I was wondering then, with the same question, why don't the musicians bring the instruments in and they have to rent them?
Yeah, I think it was a very common thing. Well, beginning in the 16th century, it was a very common thing that that the musicians didn't own the professional musicians didn't own their instruments, but they were kind of they were expecting to be given an instrument at the place where they were playing.
It's astonishing, yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you, Sonia. Now I'm inviting Martina Micija from Zagreb, right? Martina is going to present us the paper with the title, The Influence of Female Pianists and Piano Pedagogues on the Development of a Zagreb Pianist in the 19th Century, the Role of the Piano Classroom, Klavirna Učiona, of the Croatian Music Institute.
Thank you very much. And I can't thank the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to present a research which was a part of my doctoral dissertation research that I conducted a few years ago. At the very beginning, I will present the content of the presentation, introductory part, basic determinants, and individual contributions of female pianists, and in order to show their role in the development of Croatian pianism. The performance and pedagogical activities of women are less represented in scientific research in Croatia due to the fact that the preference is given to the research of composers and their contribution to the Croatian history of music. This is the reason that urged me to start my research from the theoretical horizon of the new musicology, relying on the premises of feminist musicology that try to, as I quote, enlighten the role and activity of women and to join them to the canon of classical music and its history, as stated by Rožić in 2005. Previous research on Croatian pianism were mostly partial, and the first comprehensive scientific study was made as a part of my doctoral dissertation. Therefore, in this presentation, I tried to test the hypothesis which says that the contribution of female pianists and piano teachers is indispensable in the development, affirmation, and valorization of pianism in Zagreb in the late 19th century and also in the first half of the 20th century. Regarding the research time frame, we can systematically monitor pianistic heritage only since the founding of the so-called piano classroom, or we say in Croatian, Klavirna Učiona, within the Music School of Croatian Music Institute in 1872. The methodology used in this research includes qualitative and quantitative level, where the first quantitative considers the representation of female pianists as teachers in the music education system and in public concert activities, and the later qualitative level brings analysis and valorization of individual achievements of the most eminent female pianists following the characteristic criteria: education as a starting point for their pianistic activity, considering the influence of European piano schools, and analyzing the scope and character of concert and pedagogical activity. The chapter of the pianistic heritage of the Zagreb milieu brings the first records of the presence of instruments with keys, of the forerunners of the piano and their builders, as well as the development of private piano lessons and overview of institutionalization of music education. It is necessary to emphasize that we can trace the beginning of the pianistic heritage in the ecclesiastical circle in the 14th century and later in 1646, when the nuns of the monastic order of St. Clarice opened their first school for girls, in which the curricula consisted of music theory lessons and clavichord playing. Also, within the aristocratic circle, we can find proof of pianistic heritage, taking as example the music book of Countess Julijana Erdedi-Drašković, prepared in 1779, probably under the auspices of Ignaz Pleyel and notably Joseph Haydn. Given the pianistic heritage in public sphere, it is necessary to emphasize the opening of the first public state music classroom within the Zagreb School for Teacher Education in 1788, where the first piano teacher was Johann Pleyel, brother of the famous Ignaz Pleyel, as well as the first public concert in Zagreb given by pianist Johann Nepomuk Hummel in 1815, and the performances of Julius Epstein, famous pianist and piano pedagogue, who performed in Zagreb in 1850s. During the long 19th century, the escalating demand for piano instruction was predominantly evidenced through frequent advertisements in periodicals of the time. Nevertheless, the formal, systematic institutionalization of piano education was a phenomenon that materialized in subsequent years. In 1827, the Croatian Music Institute was founded, taking the most important role in the development of music activities in Zagreb and Croatia. 2 years later, in 1829, the Music School of Croatian Music Institute was founded, and decades later, in 1872, piano classroom was established as a part of this music school, presenting the first institutionalized piano music lessons for amateur and professional musicians, held by first piano teacher Franjo Ksaver Kuhać. In later years, started the professionalization of the school. In 1920, there was the opening of the so-called master schools for piano and violin. In 1916, the music school was reorganized to the level of the conservatory. And in the academic year of 1920-21, the Zagreb Music Academy was established as the leading music institution even nowadays. However, the first initiatives for establishment of the piano classroom were founded in 1857 by Adolf Feldberger, who established temporary piano classroom under the auspices of Croatian Music Institute. And later on, this endeavor resulted that the Directorate of Croatian Music Institute granted provisional authorization to Vinko Vinarž, teacher and organist, to operate a private classroom within the institute. And this classroom functioned until June 1860, after which Vinarž proceeded to establish an independent private music school. Subsequently, in 1861, the private school was transferred to the management of Slavoljub Šičar. In 1865, Feldberger initiated another attempt to establish permanent piano classroom at the Croatian Music Institute. Despite limited financial support, he independently managed the piano classroom for 1 academic year. And finally, in 1870s, the Croatian Music Institute extended an invitation to Ivan Zajc to relocate to Zagreb, marking a pivotal moment in the development of structured piano education. 2 years later, the establishment of piano classroom within the Croatian Music Institute marked significant advancement in the institutionalization of piano education. Franjo Ksaver Kuhać was appointed as the first piano teacher, and this was the turning point in the Croatian piano history. In 1876, Vatroslav Kolander, prominent student of Theodor Prokš from Prague, commenced his tenure as a teacher within piano classroom. And following, in 1877, Vatroslav Lichtenegger, estimated educator of both singing and piano, and an alumnus of Prague Conservatory, joined the institute. Notably, among Lichtenegger's pupils was Julius Epstein, further emphasizing the caliber of instruction provided during this period of piano classroom. In the framework of piano education at the Croatian Music Institute, the list of piano teachers provides significant insights into historical trends regarding gender inclusion. It is notable that the first female piano teacher was employed in 1890, highlighting the gradual evolution of the opportunities for women in the realm of professional music education during the 19th century. You can see here that the first female teacher is Emilia Makavic. The inclusion of women in music education at the Croatian Music Institute aligns with progressive policies evident in the statute, which stated as early as 1829 that children of all genders, nationalities, and religions could access musical schooling. This progressive stance predated border advanced in general education for women, which became mandatory only in 1874. And for primary education, and in 1892 for secondary and higher education. This historical evolution underscores the Institute's pioneering role in fostering equality within the cultural and educational sphere, particularly in the domain of music. Such advancements not only laid the foundation for increased female participation in the arts, but also contributed significantly to the professionalization of music education in Croatia. The profession of a teacher was the first profession, stated by Župan, the first profession by which women in large numbers entered the public space in civil society in the 19th century Croatia. End of quotation. However, state regulation forbids female teachers to be married, which was abolished only in 1918, as stated by Luetic. These facts are important for the context of our research regarding the position of female pianists and piano teachers in society. In this point of research, I analyzed the quantitative representation of female pianists at public concert events, as well as their share in the vertical of the music education system, from pupils to students, graduates, and finally piano teachers. The result of this part of this research showed that male pianists dominated the public music sphere in the 19th century until the founding of the piano classroom, within the representation of 57%, after which the primacy is taken by women, who appear in as many as 67% of concert performances, thus dominating the public concerts during the 19th century. Also, the analysis of the share of the piano teachers who worked in piano classroom and later in department of piano, organ, and harp of Music Academy in Zagreb also shows the dominance of women, with 64% in the piano classroom and 69% in favor of female piano pedagogues at the Music Academy. An overview of the representation of piano students shows an extremely high percentage of their presence in the system, especially in the piano classroom, from the lowest level of 72% in some years up to 100%. The same will be shown in the case of piano graduates at the Music Academy in Zagreb, which may make up to 76% of the total number of piano graduates. The number of women in all segments of the piano industry is an indicator of their influence, so it could be said that the entire system of music education and performing practice in the context of piano is based on the contribution of first among them was Emilia Makanec, the first among the piano teachers considered in this review. She received piano lessons most likely from Julius Epstein at the Vienna Conservatory, but this was not possible to find in the archive of the Musikverein in Vienna. We have only traces of this in the secondary literature. She worked as a piano teacher in the piano classroom of Croatian Music Institute from 1890 to 1920, and in her 30-year career, she is remembered for her most important student, Svetislav Stančić, the founder of the Zagreb Piano School. Her piano activity is sporadic and mostly realized within the chamber music, and her outstanding achievement is evident in the fact that in 1891 she was the first in our country to perform Beethoven's Third Piano Concerto. Anka Barbot-Krežma is remembered in the history of music thanks to her brother, violinist Franjo Krežma. She studied piano from 1873 to 1875 in the class of Franz Ramesh at the Vienna Conservatory. She achieved a rich concert activity as an artistic collaborator of her brother, performing with him in the largest European capitals, and in 1876 in Rome she even played for Franz Liszt. She worked as a teacher of piano classroom from 1891 up to 1940 and held the first performances of the piano concertos of Dvorak and Tchaikovsky in Croatia. Among the teachers of piano classroom, we find Sidonia Geiger, who studied piano at the Kaiser School in Vienna in the class of Wilhelm Dörr, and passed the state exam for piano teacher. She also studied privately with Julius Epstein, which we learn from a letter in her legacy, preserved in the archives of Croatian Music Institute. In this letter, we can see that she studied with Georg von Lalevich, or Jerzy Lalević. This fact is very important for Zagreb pianism because it represents knowledge of the first contact with the Petrograd branch of the Russian piano school. This is the fact that we didn't know before. And this is important in the context that Lalević's piano teacher was Annette Esipova. Another pianist who was in this part of piano classroom was Antonia Geiger-Eichhorn, the first of the female pianists or Croatian pianists in general, who managed to achieve a continuous multi-year concert and pedagogical activity. She studied piano with Anka Barbot-Krežma and in the piano classroom, later with Adolf Mikeš in Prague, and later in Vienna with Hugo Reinhold and Leopold Godowski. She's important because her rich piano activity began at the first concerts in 1902 and lasted until 1961, and is characterized by significant artistic collaborations with Czech, Berlin, and Zagreb Philharmonic, the Vienna Symphony Orchestra, with numerous recitals where she presented the most complex works on the piano repertoire. She taught at piano classroom and later at the Music Academy in Zagreb from 1920 to 1961, and her 58-year of concert career were impressive in terms of reception and repertoire. In the context of piano schools definition published by Wisniewski in 2016, the Zagreb Piano School was analyzed, determining its characteristic as stated in the research of Wisniewski, Schomburg, and Lorenzo. Zagreb Piano School is therefore based on the principles of Leschetizky method and the features of the tradition of Austrian German piano school. For instance, the Werktreu principle is applied, a multi-layered analysis of the interpretative stylistic features of the composition, an individualized approach to students with an emphasis on the necessity of a broader intellectual perception of musical work, so-called Busoni's principle, and so on. The method itself was theoretically shaped by Ladislav Šaban in the book for piano beginners, and national character of Zagreb Piano School is stated in the fact of its temporal and spatial uniqueness, to which we do not have, nor did we have, a strong enough equivalent. The founder of the Zagreb Piano School was Svetislav Stančić, pupil of Emilija Makanec, who studied firstly in piano classroom and later in Berlin with Barth, Ansorge, and Busoni. He was professor at piano at Zagreb Music Academy from 1922 to 1965, and almost 100 students passed through his class. 64 students graduates, and as many as 40 of them became known concert pianists. Studying the characteristics of Zagreb Piano School, it is necessary to point out its importance is evident in the breadth of Stančić's influence reflected in the number of graduates, namely, in 90 years, as many as 900 students graduated in the class of Stančić and his student, as Professor Zlatar points out. In the conclusion, Zagreb Piano School, which we know as a tradition in 20th century, stands as a distinctive blend of the most significant European piano traditions, including influences from Viennese, Russian, Czech, German, and also into 20th century French piano schools. The unique synthesis has fostered the development of Croatia's most celebrated pianists, members of Piano Classroom of Croatian Music Institute, contributing both to the advancement of musical performance and piano pedagogy. The contribution of the school extends beyond individual achievements. It has played a vital role in the modernization and reorganization of music education regarding piano education in the Zagreb music institutions. The success of female pianists who emerge from this tradition, performing with leading orchestras and conductors of their era, further underscores the school's profound impact. Through this enduring legacy, Zagreb Piano School has enriched Croatia's cultural heritage and positions itself as an influential force in the 20th century music community. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Questions? Comments? Well, if there is one question, please.
Well, just a curious question would be those 24 or 25% of male students in that early period. It would be interesting to see who they are.
In the most part, I also researched this. This is a very important question. And regarding piano classroom, there were not, many of them were not concert pianists, just a few of them. Maybe in the later years, Hector Catinelli, and so on. Their most activities were connected with chamber music when talking about performance. And in the later years of 20th century, our pianists, male pianists, were basically, a lot of them were composers. So composing was their primal activity. This is the difference between female pianists and male pianists, because in the history of 19th and 20th century, we have only Ivana Lang, who was also a composer and a pianist. But among all those other women, they were mostly piano pedagogues and had significant pianists.
One thing, when you announced your talk about 19th century, did you find any traces of female pianists in the earlier period before Emilia Makar?
Yes, of course, in the concert programs. Yes. In the concert programs, also in the Creation Music Archive of Creation Music Institute, we have significant traces of female pianists, notably on the pianistic performance scene, and some of them even performed quite significant programs, but they were not, a lot of them were not professional pianists, just amateur pianists, or some of them were from aristocratic circle.
From the school, yes.
Yeah.
But there were and also guests
yes, of course.
From abroad. You mentioned Maria Soldat, Soldat-Rega.
Yeah.
She was appearing in Zagreb a few times.
Yes.
Thank you so much once again. A round of applause to all the participants in this session. And now, dear Viera, I'm inviting you for a coffee, right? Thank you. Indeed, it smells.
Wait, please, wait.
Polak je sługa.
The reader is almost sorry. Go from beginning to the end. You want to start the video in some okay. Then you will wait.
Polak je sługa, nie zna to pany, nie da się
have little light. Better here.
Make the name the pronunciation. Good afternoon. Another voice from Bucharest will coordinate this last session from this afternoon. I know that you must be all tired. I mean, we all are, but we will be, no. And we have to be careful, and we are very eager to hear this session, dealing again with personalities after institutions. And we have a very good variety of papers. First of all, I will invite Tomasz Lawicki from Prague to tell us about Julius Fučík in Šišák, this example of a beginner musician in the role of a town kapellmeister.
Thank you very much. Thank you for invitation. And my paper will be a typical case study about Czech documentation to the Croatian musical life. One of the significant effects of the institutionalization of the bourgeois musical life was the demand for municipal bandmasters. Their duties included providing all forms of music in public spaces. This role required a professional capable of leading amateur musical ensembles at the highest possible level. A municipal bandmasters have to possess versatile practical skills and to be able to lead brass bands, choirs, and other ensembles, procure current repertoire for them, teach young musicians, organize the city musical life, and when possible, also compose. This process can be observed in all countries of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, especially at the end of the 19th century. It was linked to rising living standards, the urbanization of lifestyle, and the development of civil society. Professional musicians often migrated from the densely populated north toward the southern regions, which were experiencing economic prosperity and offered better employment opportunities. This important chapter of music history remains poorly documented. Except Croatia, it is from view of Prague poorly documented. But what is important, municipal bandmasters were known for frequently relocating fluctuation. So their papers rarely stayed in one place. A fully preserved estate of a bandmaster is rather rare. One notable exception is housed in the National Museum in Prague, the well-preserved estate of Julius Fučík, military bandmaster and composer who earned the nickname King of Marches. His brass band compositions remained in the repertoire throughout the 20th century and added splendor to public celebrations under every political regime. The short life of Julius Fučík was a typical example of a military bandmaster career. Our focus will be on the initial episode in the Croatian town of Sisak. This episode is of particular interest because it is exceptionally well documented. Fučík's estate is an example of a comprehensively preserved personal collection. Credit goes to his siblings, especially his sister Maria Fučíková, who as a retired teacher systematically cared for her brother's legacy. Not all phases of Fučík's life are documented so thoroughly as his youth. At this time, he served concert posters and newspaper clippings, kept a diary, and wrote letters to his brother. As was customary then, Fučík made drawings and watercolors. All of this paint an intriguing panorama of the professional world of a municipal bandmaster. Julius Fučík was born in Prague into a relatively poor family of craftsmen. no intellectuals. His musical experience was shaped primarily by opera, operetta, and temporarily popular music. He first studied bassoon at the Prague Conservatory. He was then selected as a talented student for Antonín Dvořák composition class. He was part of the group of composers who graduated before Dvořák's departure for America. His classmates included Suk, Novák, Nedbal, and other well-equipped composers. Fučík's professional career began in the orchestra of the ethnographic exhibition in Prague. After the orchestra disbanded, some of its members decided to try their luck in Zagreb, where the Croatian National Theatre has just opened and a permanent orchestra has been established. Fučík was among them. Fučík's short time in Zagreb is documented in his diary and correspondence and drawing. He was enthusiastic about the Croatian premieres of Bedřich Smetana's operas and their success with audiences. However, after a few months, he wrote to his brother expressing dissatisfaction with the routine of orchestra playing. In February 96, Fučík traveled to a job audition in Sisak. On March 5, he was appointed conductor of the town band, director of the choir of the parish church, and choir master of the Croatian Singing Society Danica, Morning Star. As diary entries shows, the urban elite communicated in German, but Fučík quickly picked up Croatian. Sisak lacked specialized cultural institutions and buildings, but it had many civic societies and a well-functioning social life. The only large hall outside sacred space was the Veliký Kapitol Hotel. Fučík's diary provides a detailed itinerary of social events. Carnival season was particularly rich, with each society organizing its own ball. Initially, Fučík complained about the neglected band and the choir's slow progress. His first signal of optimism came from working with school children. He took his role as choir director and school singing teacher seriously. So he praised the children for singing well, learning quickly, and enjoying it. He also commented positively on the quality of congregational singing in church. One important event was a choir trip to Rijeka, contributed to good relations between the choir and its 20-year-old conductor. It was a gathering of Croatian choirs for the 10th anniversary of the Jadranská Bílá choir in Sušak. The joint concert had a notably demonstrative character due to the political climate under the Hedváry regime. A total of 9 choirs from Zagreb, Karlovac, Sisak, Trsat, Bakar, and Ljubljana participated. The concert ended with a group performance of Ivan Zajc, composition More, and the Croatian anthem Lijepa naša domovina. Before the journey, Fučík wrote to his brother, "I hope things go as they wish. It will be a lot of work because working with material like this is difficult. But by summer, he wrote differently. I'm starting to get used to it here. The music is going well, and I am satisfied with the singing societies. Work goes cheerfully when one is somewhat content." One expression of this satisfaction was a composing new works to Croatian texts. The most popular of these, Hrvatska pjesma, was an adaptation of the poem Czech song. The Sisak school teacher Josef Lovrić translated it in Croatian verse. Fučík also composed the patriotic choruses Zora Svíče and Pet Čaša and the serenade Růža zpává, among others. In the summer of 96, Sisak societies organized a joint concert for the feast of Saints Cyril and Methodius, apostles to the Slavs. Another holidays concert took place on August 15, with proceeds going to support poor school children. Satisfaction with the bandmaster led to new responsibilities. From August, Fučík became the organist at the synagogue or temple, and in October he was approached by the Workers' Choral Society Sloga. Special attention deserved the march Cisački bicykláši, which was enthusiastically received, but is now a noun. Maybe in Cisak is concerned. A poster and a newspaper reports not survived. The premiere took place during a cycling race that attracted a large audience. 6 cyclists started on the 35-long race, and their return was accompanied by the town band. Afterward, they took a ceremonial ride, Corso part, to Hotel Capitol. They were welcomed with a festive concert. The second composition written for this occasion was a potpourri called From the Vltava to the Sava. This event shows that interest in technical innovations and sporting events was widespread throughout the Austria state. At the time, numerous sports clubs and specialized magazines were diligently devoted to promoting cycling. Even Fučík owned a cycle. It was bicykláš. Higher education goals are evident from concert programs for anniversaries, such as the jubilee of the school reformer Ignác Pestalozzi. In the autumn, Fučík advertised the opening of a own singing school. The Christmas concert was held with the participation of all musical associations, including the new Tamburica Orchestra. The Theatre Association prepared a living picture on the theme Croatian homeland. When Fučík reviewed the past year in his diary, he already stated that he found people among whom he was satisfied and happy. Fučík's organizational talent was fully manifested in the preparation of the New Year's Eve program. Immediately afterwards, Fučík asked his brother that he urgently needed cheerful songs that and his friends could translate into Croatian. In Prague, he established contact with the leading cabaret artist of this time, Josef Schwab Malostranský. He was the first film actor. The successful concert was topped off with a carnival program. Some of the numbers were later performed in Sarajevo. Several authentic photographs have also been preserved from there. For example, Amerikanská briačnica, the homage of the industrialization. In the year 1997, Fučík accepted a new offer from Zagreb. Thanks to the good railway connection, he traveled to selected concerts where he was entrusted with a more demanding bassoon solos. So Fučík played the famous bassoon solo in Šehrazade in the Croatian premiere in Zagreb. Perhaps not much was missing, and Fučík had settled in Sisak, and maybe even became a Croatian composers as Franhota and others. But in the end, he only lasted less than 2 years there. The reasons were personal. From his diary, we learn the story of his engagement in Sisak, preparations for the wedding, but misunderstanding with family and the breakup. In September, he learned about the audition in Sarajevo. At November, in the age of 25, he was accepted as the bandmaster of the 86th Regiment Forinák. The people of Sisak prepared a grand farewell concert to him. Nonetheless, his time in Sisak had a lasting impact. It marked a period when he rapidly matured as a musician, teacher, and composer. He understood the repertory needs of the city, singing societies, church, synagogue, school, and social life. It will be possible to accuse him of having little artistic ambitions and a one-sided orientation of repertory towards Prague. However, he was at the beginning of his musical career and was only just establishing the necessary contacts. His estate contains an unusually rich documentation of this brief chapter of his life, offering, among others, a rare window into the musical and social life of a Croatian and provincial town in the late 19th century. The testimony of this documentation is multifaceted and contains much more than this paper can present. Thank you very much, Živili.
Thank you so much. The sense of humor is always welcome. So
Yes,
this was a
Fučík is best.
yes. So please, if there are questions or comments. So you see perfect success. Ah, okay.
Oh, it's
Viera.
perfect success. I wanted actually to thank you, Tomáš, for doing Croatian job.
Yes,
That was very nice. And I only missed one music piece. For example, the entrance of the gladiators.
Yes, and I have a conspirational theory that maybe the Třisačky bicykláši,
yes,
the low Třisačky bicykláši with the new trademark. So it is necessary to watch in Sisak if something exists.
He wrote it in Sisak, actually, the entrance, or no, later.
He wrote a special march for Sisak Sokol.
Yes.
For this second race, but this march from the 96 is lost. And in 97 is the autograph of Grand March Chromatic. And later it is.
Yes, it was the change of the name. Yes, it was more Hollywood style.
It is a juvenile march.
Okay. One small question: when you showed this American barber shop, there was also a Fučík who made it.
How? It was some scene from Prague cabarets of this time, but with music of Fučík.
Of Julius Fučík.
Of Julius Fučík, yes.
And the text, who was the Karl Fučík?
I don't know.
Dragutin's Karl. So
maybe Karl Fučík, it was his brother.
So he was the author, because Dragutin is translation from Karl.
Yes.
Okay.
And some song of Schwab from Prague Cabaret, Fučík with his teacher translated and singing in Croatian.
Thank you, Tomáš. I will invite now Chloe Valenti from Gloucestershire, and she will talk about music as merchandise, the market for 19th century Garibaldi music.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. Thank you. In April 1864, England's long-standing fascination for Italian culture and politics reached a climactic point when the internationally acclaimed soldier and politician Giuseppe